Howdy, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the Flight Sim world. This is Viper Strike 95 Flight Simulation, and we are back with another DC-3 World Tour stream. Today, we're going to be checking out legs 45 and 46 today. We're back in Houston Ellington Airport, and today we got two more legs to do. It's great to be back with you guys, and I hope everyone's enjoying their weekend so far. So yeah, it's great to be back here in the stream once again on this Sunday morning. And we got two pretty interesting flights going on. First, we'll be covering a short flight from Houston to Dallas. We'll be landing here at Addison Airport in Dallas. Then, Lake 46, we'll be traveling all the way to St. Louis, Missouri. Look at St. Louis Downtown Airport. Should be a nice flight through the states of not just Texas, but Oklahoma, Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and yes, even a little bit of Illinois. You have to land at downtown St. Louis. So this should be really nice. So we can look at this up in our map plan. Whoops. So we are flying from Ellington. We'll be flying straight up. Straight up through this airport, we'll be passing through the waypoint Cleveland. Then we're going to head straight over to Dallas, Texas. Then we'll just do a straight line flight from Dallas over to St. Louis. Before we get landing here, we're going to actually fly around downtown St. Louis for a little bit. So we'll visit the Gateway Arch and other areas as well. So that is where we're going to be checking out here today. So I'm going to set this to July 19th, I believe. We'll set this to July 19th, 2017 is where we're going to be setting this. So we're going to say good morning to those in the chat. Hello, Devil Dude 1. Good to see you. Super Typhon. Great to have you here as well. Nice. Yes. The New Japan Hub just got announced. Shubu. I did one yesterday. So let's go ahead and get back into the cockpit here. No notes for this like flight, so it's the same as all the other ones. So we're gonna go ahead and get everything ready to get going. So we're gonna go ahead and get everything going for this. We turn on the ground power. Set the magnetos to both. We'll turn on the nav lights. We're going to go ahead and set the mixture to auto rich and power to max. Left main, right main. We're going to turn on the primers first. Booster pumps on. Do this. This. Okay. Looks pretty good. Left and right engines. So pretty easy startup. If you guys want to join in on this flight, here's the crew. And we're on the Southeast Asian server today, so we'll be flying through here. I'm gonna go ahead and set my gyro pilot heading to 0 degrees. Oh wait, I'm already got the headings, so the headings aren't. So we'll turn on ground battery power on, beacon lights on, and we'll get ready to get rolling. So we're back here right now. Our altitude for these two flights will be around 5,000 feet. We don't really need to go high altitude today, so we're gonna stick around 5,000 feet for today. It should be more than enough to clear over both legs, so we're gonna be over 5,000 feet. Flaps down. Ah, yes, Chewy. That's right, I know about him. Chewy94. Ah, good for him. I know he's one of the biggest flight sim streamers on the planet, Chewy94. So, okay, that's pretty good. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and then now start auto lean the mixture. I'm gonna set this to auto lean. We can lean this mixture a bit. Now we can get going. Yeah, no real high altitude flying here today, so it's great to be back here. So yeah, Friday was quite the busy stream on Friday. We had a massive community group flight on Friday. On Friday, it was definitely a great flight. Over a new hub in Shubu, just outside of Nagoya, we had a very big group flight. I took the DC-3 for this one, though not this one. The Firefly Air DC-3, to be in fact. So, that's what I've ended up taking for that one. So we'll be flying this heading for 43 nautical miles to our next waypoint. So we're back. So in this area of the route, we'll be flying through a few more of the energy facilities here in Houston, as Houston's got full of power refineries and everything. So right here is we're going to see quite a few more of the things that make Texas well known. This is all the different oil refineries and energy parks area here. These are just definitely a lot of the refineries all over this part of Houston. Yeah, very crazy to see all these oil refineries and all that. And also over here, if you see that structure over here, this is the monument to the Battle of San Jacinto. This was the famous battle that ended the Texan Revolution against Santa Anna's forces in Mexico. And this marked a pivotal point in Texas history, where Texas gained independence from Mexico. So yeah, I hope everyone's doing well here today. Yeah, all this eastern area of Houston to the east has got full of oil rigs. That's because Houston's such a busy port. And you can find all sorts of heavy machinery and stuff all over the place. To our northwest, we can see Houston George Bush Intercontinental Airport. The main international airport for Houston. It's a huge airport here, and it handles all of Houston's main um, international flights. Hey, good to see you, Ronan. Yep, we're back in Texas for this leg. We're actually going to be heading to Dallas for our first leg. We'll be heading to the city of Dallas before we make a 400 plus mile leg into St. Louis. So that's what we're doing right now, Ronan. Good to see you. But yeah, I definitely want to give you some interesting facts about the state of Texas on our way over to Dallas. I'll be more than happy to give you guys a few interesting facts about the Lone Star State. Um, for one interesting fact about Texas is its state flower, the bluebonnet. Um, the main reason why the bluebonnet is the state flower of Texas is because it's not only native to the region, but also is a part of a beautification initiative by Lady Bird Johnson, and it's known for its deep blue petals, and they can pop up in roads in early March. So the bluebonnet, the Texas bluebonnet flower, definitely a very pretty flower, and you can find them all over Texas. One of the other interesting facts about Texas is um, Juneteenth. Juneteenth begins in Texas on June 19th, 1865. This is where Juneteenth happened when the proclamation was read to the people of Galveston that official slavery, and African American Texans continued to celebrate it until it became a official state holiday in 1980 and a federal holiday just in 2021. But Juneteenth is an important holiday in Texas, and the celebration began here in Texas. Texas is also the birthplace of two U.S. presidents. The first one was none other than Dwight D. Eisenhower. A lot of people know him as president, but I think more people should also know that Dwight D. Eisenhower was a major general in World War II. In the Second World War, as one of its premier generals and leaders, he was the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Europe. And he has an extremely long and important legacy in the other U.S. president was actually Lyndon B. Johnson, born in Stonewall, Texas, became the 36th president of the United States from 1963 to 68, when he became president. So, and then another interesting state fact about Texas. Of course, a lot of people don't know about this, but Texas actually has the U.S.'s sixth longest coastline in the United States, around 367 miles. The only U.S. states that have a longer coastline is obviously Alaska, number one, obviously. Then Florida, California, Hawaii, and Louisiana all have longer coastlines than Texas. And one of the interesting weird facts about Texas, is you would never expect this, in one of its weirdest facts, is Texas has some extremely strange laws. One of the apps, for example, in La Force, Texas, you can't take more than 3 sips of beer while staying in town. Yes, you can't even sip beer. You can only take like 1 or 2 sips of beer in the town. In any Texas building, you can use a feather duster. And you have to provide 24-hour written notice if you intend on committing a crime. You have to put a 24-hour written notice for crime. Yes, Texas has some strange laws. There are a bunch of other ones. There are some cities that are illegal to go barefoot without a permit. You can't milk someone else's cow in Texas. And apparently in San Antonio, you can't flirt with the eyes or hands. Yes, that is enforceable for both men and women. Yes, there are some strange laws in Texas. Pretty crazy stuff. Oh no, yes. Good to see you, Mr. Navy. Yeah, oh no, yeah. It's very much fun. But yeah, that is very much true. So Once we head near Cleveland, we're going to turn left to 329 degrees, and we'll continue that way for 181 nautical miles. We land in Addison. So we'll be making our way over here. I hope everyone's doing well on this Sunday. I hope you guys had great weekend plans. Yesterday, I was at my brother's place. We played a few board games with my brother and his friends, and of course worked on some more routes. That's what I've been mainly doing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. So yeah, we'll be flying around this area. Right over to our right is Cleveland, Texas. Actually, is the small city of Cleveland, Texas. Population of 7,000 people is in Cleveland. Um, Formed in 1878 with the East and West Texas Railway. Oh, there's that. So we'll just continue on this way. We're gonna meet Dallas in about just an hour left from reaching our destination here in Dallas. So we'll get near to the city of Dallas within an hour. For next week's streams, I have been thinking about for next week. For next Wednesday, I could go back to Japan again for a. I have two ideas for a flight. First is actually going to be we're going to do a Firefly air route, but instead of going from Shibu to Seoul, apparently some mad lad in the route planning team decided to put Pyongyang as one of our destinations. So maybe you might actually see me flying to Pyongyang on Wednesday, which I mean would be so weird. Flying to Pyongyang is definitely one of the weirdest airports I never flew to. Flying to North Korea, yes, because some mad lad actually decided to fly into North Korea. The other flight I'm thinking about is we're going to be going in the Azores. I'll be taking off from Lisbon and we'll make our way over to Madeira Airport, which would be really interesting to land at Madeira with loud weather and to see if I can nail the absolutely brutal winds that is Madeira. Madeira has some absolutely brutal winds. Madeira has some absolutely brutal winds, which I never really done a flight from, so this would be interesting. So I think that could be what I want to do for next Wednesday. So that's what I'm probably thinking about what I want to do for Wednesday. Friday, on Friday I'll let you guys know, but Friday's stream is going to be up in the air. We could visit Ireland again, which I haven't visited Ireland in a little bit. And do some scenic flying around the Ring of Kerry in the cliffs of Moher. So I think that might be Friday. We go through. Yes. I hear your point, Mr. 90. That is probably true, though. He absolutely destroyed his solo during the early days of CTD and bad sim performance. He got called out on it and acted like a hypocrite. Yeah, I guess that might be a point. Yeah, I guess maybe someone else could become Microsoft. Maybe. Yeah, I guess you may be right. Yeah, he did do it, and even during Microsoft days, he still didn't really stream much Microsoft as well. I think he also streamed X-Plane with the Microsoft tag. I almost forgot. Yeah, I can completely understand why you feel that way. So I hope everyone's doing well. And then Sunday, next week's DC-3 journey on Sunday, we'll be in St. Louis. We'll be first visiting Oshkosh, in Wisconsin. Everyone knows about Oshkosh being, the EAA Air Adventure, so I will get the scenery downloaded, for the Oshkosh scenery. So I will download the Air Adventure scenery for it, and then from Oshkosh, we'll make our way to Chicago next week. So it'll be 2 more legs as well. In fact, I think this is what the streams are going to be like in the US. We're going to be doing 2 legs. That'll be the same thing for for the last Sunday stream before vacation, Chicago to Toronto to Boston. So yeah, that's going to be the plans for the streams the next couple of. That's going to be what I'm planning for the next week or so. Also, in another interesting Texas fact, now we passed through this during our Route 66 journey, but in Amarillo, there's a ranch called Cadillac Ranch, and there's literally sprouting old Cadillacs, and has been a Route 66 landmark since 1974. And of course, you can find the world's largest convenience store in Texas too, Buc-ee's, which you can find in New Braunfels. It is at 66,335 feet, found on the interstate between Austin and San Antonio, and it features a long car wash that's around 255-foot long car wash. Yeah, pretty cool stuff about Texas speed. So, yeah, that's basically what we're doing here. So we're just doing some flying along here in Texas. So there's Lake Livingston actually to our left. I remember we went down there for our baseball series. We went down the road. So we visited Waco, College Station, all the way to Houston. So I do remember going down this area. So let's see who's flying along with us here today. We have Torn Gecko, but I don't think he's flying with us, but we do have quite a few people here. But absolutely beautiful flying conditions today. Absolutely beautiful conditions here. Absolutely beautiful conditions here. So yeah, definitely some pretty cool stuff here in Texas to explore. So yeah, pretty much simple. I don't have my notes on right now until we get closer to Dallas. So let's see how far we are from Dallas. On my nav map, it said around less than 150 nautical miles from Dallas, so we'll be there about an hour. So yeah, that's gonna be what I'm planning on doing next week. And besides that, after stream, I'll be working on more missions to try and get our next firefighter hub. We're currently at, from last time I checked, 300 something thousand XP. I think we were at 300 something thousand. Let me let me let me actually get the stats console. Yeah, we're at 335,099 XP. We still have a target of 3 million again. So yeah, after Japan, I'm kind of curious where our next hub is gonna be. If we ever decide to get to the 3 million again. I said my top two would be A, the Middle East, and two, Africa. But I guess if we did Africa, because of how big of a continent it is, we could do two hubs in Africa, one for the north, one for the south. So for North Africa, I guess Cairo would be a good choice. Though Cairo could also work for the Middle East as well. I guess Cairo could be the North and Middle Eastern hub as well. Then southern areas of Africa, there would be a few options. There's obviously Cape Town as an option, Johannesburg, Cape Town, um, Windhoek in Namibia, Maputo in Mozambique could work. Um, that could work as a hub. I think in Zimbabwe, um, I guess maybe maybe Livingston International um in Zimbabwe. I mean, Victoria Falls International could work as a hub in Southern Africa, or maybe a more Central African one like Nairobi, Entebbe International could work. But yeah, that could be Africa. And then North Africa would be like, obviously Cairo would be my number one pick. Cairo or or um or Muhammad V in just outside Casablanca can work. Yeah, there's a few options for Africa, and then for the Middle East, I said Cairo because it can also work. Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion. There is there's King Abdulhaz International in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And then there's obviously Dubai, of course. There's Dubai, Hamad International Qatar, there could even be Iran with Kahemi International and Tehran, and of course, I guess you could use Ataturk Airport in Istanbul, though, because we don't have the new Istanbul Airport in the sim. But there are a few options for new hubs in those areas. And then the third option for a new hub might be back in the United States again, would be in the US again. I know we already technically have our US hub in Tahoe, but I'm thinking an Eastern US hub might actually be better, because that way we can get rid of some of the other routes from Tahoe to the eastern side of the country, and use those for the Eastern US instead, which would be much easier to do with. So, and I think there's a few options for the Eastern US. Outside the huge hubs in Orlando, Atlanta, in New York, and DC, I mean, there's a couple of other smaller options that might do well. Obviously, my home airport in Louisville is a good option, being really nice and really central. Louisville's a good option. Charlotte's would be another really great option. In Charlotte, has been recently big as a hub for American Airlines. That might be a good choice. Asheville is another good one. Nashville, Charlotte, Louisville. Philadelphia is also a pretty good one. Is Philly? Philadelphia is a bit. Philadelphia would be nice, and then potentially Boston. Boston would be a good one, or even not just in the U.S., but maybe a Canada hub in Toronto would also be pretty neat. So that's what I think. I think it's going to be one of those three areas. Is going to be a hub. I think Eastern U.S., Africa, or the Middle East. So the alternative could be another Asian hub. Whenever Asia is such a huge continent. I mean, India, Bangkok, many like New Delhi, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok, Ho Chi Minh City, Jakarta, and Manila could all be in Southeast Asia to connect the Southeast Asian hubs as well. Like I said, there's a few options for these new hubs, so we don't really have to be picky on which ones we do end up picking, but I do want to have as many options as we can. So that's why I'm just trying to keep my options open for hub opportunities. Because like I said, there's multiple good airports to pick. Can't really go wrong with picking multiple airports. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of feeling like. So that's kind of how I feel. If it's Eastern U.S., I might have to ask 6 Knots or Ironbird to cut off some of the other routes from Tahoe for this new Eastern U.S. hub. That way, of course, we could still have a route to connect the two hubs in America together. So yeah, there's just a few options. So yeah, we're about to approach Texas with Dallas within 100 nautical miles. So I'm gonna go ahead and get our slideshow ready for Dallas. Let's talk a little bit about the city of Dallas, Texas. Actually, Dallas is actually the fourth largest metropolitan area in Texas, with 7.5 million people in its metropolitan area, known as the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Um, Its current city population is 1.3 million, which is the ninth most populous city in the U.S. and third in Texas after Houston and San Antonio. Located in North Texas, it is the main core of the largest metropolitan area in the southern U.S. Dallas and Fort Worth were originally developed as a product of the construction of major railroad lines, allowing access to cotton, cattle, and later oil within North and East Texas. However, and then with the construction of the interstate highway system, reinforces Dallas' prominence as a transportation hub with 4 major highways converging the city. Dallas then developed as a strong industrial financial center in the major inland port due to the railroad of railway lines and the construction of the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, which is one of the largest and busiest airports in the world. And Dallas even has its own rapid transit areas that travels throughout the entire area. Dominant sectors of its economy include defense, financial services, information technology, telecommunications, and transportation. The Dallas Metroplex is home to host 23 Fortune 500 companies, the second most in Texas and fourth in the U.S., and 11 of those companies are within the city limits of Dallas. You can also find over 41 colleges and universities within the metropolitan area, more than any other area in Texas. And with its myriad of ethnic and religious backgrounds, Dallas is a very diverse area in the country. So yeah, this is just a little bit about Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas was actually first been established in 1856, was incorporated, but indigenous tribes lived in this area before the Europeans arrived, mainly the Spanish. But the modern day location in Dallas was not been around until the 1850s, when Texas was annexed into the U.S., with all the railroads being built. Apparently, Dallas was actually named after. There have been quite a few origins of the name of Dallas, but the official historical marker states it was actually named after Vice President George M. Dallas of Philadelphia, who was the 11th Vice President of the U.S. at the time. However, other theories include his brother Commodore Alex James Dallas, an officer of the U.S. Navy, as well as brothers Walter R. and James R. Dallas. A further theory suggested it was actually the village of Dallas Moray in Scotland, similar to the way Houston, Texas was named after Sam Houston. But Texas has an interesting history. Texas was also where, infamously, President JFK was assassinated. You can actually visit the building where he got assassinated from. It's now a historical museum. As well as other events as well. And of course, Dallas was also where 94,000 Jeeps, as well as 6,000 military trucks, and over 18,000 planes were built by North American during the war, as Dallas became a major manufacturing center for military automobiles and aircraft. So yeah, that's just been some interesting history about Dallas. Dallas has also got lots of arts and museums, libraries, and all that. So there are definitely some sites here in Dallas that are definitely worth checking out. Obviously, the 6th floor Museum in Dealey Plaza. This building was where JFK was assassinated from, and it's now dedicated to it. To learn more about this somber moment, but definitely a very interesting area to learn, as JFK was the last major president of the United States been assassinated. Then there's Reunion Tower, which is around 560 feet, and it was completed back in 1978. Was when the tower was completed. It is especially prominent when it's lit up at night. Then finally, we have the American Airlines Center in Dallas, home to concerts, live events, and sporting events, but it's mainly the home base for the NBA's Dallas Mavericks, the team that has Dirk Nowitzki. and currently now has Luka Doncic, and the National Hockey League's Dallas Stars, the state's only ice hockey team. But there's a couple of other landmarks here in the state, in the city of Dallas. There are quite a few other really important landmarks in the state. They include, of course, the Cotton Bowl, which is been around right located where the State Fair of Texas is at, home to the Red River Showdown between Oklahoma and Texas, a massive college football game that's important for both programs, and it could seat up to 92,000 people. Another landmark in the city, another interesting landmark to check out. Obviously, the Texas State Fair is located here in Dallas. Definitely worth checking out. It's been around since 1886, and it generates an estimated $50 million to the economy of the city. And of course, even though this isn't Dallas, if you go to nearby Arlington, you can check out America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, at their shiny AT&T Stadium, which cost over $1 billion to get built, by the way. And it costs $1.3 billion to build, and it's home to the 5-time Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys. And right next to that is Globe Life Field, home of the Texas Rangers baseball team. So yeah, definitely some really interesting stuff about Dallas. And then for Major League stuff as well. But surprisingly, the thing is, even though Dallas has all these Major League teams, Dallas does not have very many college sports. In fact, the only Division I sports program within it is Dallas Baptist, and that's their baseball team. Funnily enough, plays in Division I. Though that being said, you can go within the Metroplex and you can visit Southern Methodist University and Texas Christian University for their sports programs. For SMU and the Horned Frogs. And there's also North Texas, which is in Denton. Dallas is also known for cuisine, for its barbecue, authentic Mexican and Tex-Mex. And one of the most famous products of the culinary scene was actually the frozen margarita machine by restaurateur Mariano Martinez in 1971 for frozen margaritas. Ooh. So yeah, very, very important here in Texas. Here in Dallas. I'm going to go ahead and check my fuel situation, make sure everything's going pretty smoothly on the fuel. Fuel's looking pretty good. We could definitely make this trip. We might have to change the tank, but we don't have to really worry about. Yeah, we're getting closer to Dallas, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying this flight so far. We're about to get near Dallas very soon. So here's the strange thing about Dallas, though. Despite Dallas being one of America's largest cities, in the country, it is actually the largest U.S. city in the sim to not have photogrammetry. Wait, what? Yes, cities like Odessa and others have photogrammetry, but not Dallas. Which which is weird considering Fort Worth and Arlington have photogrammetry, but not Dallas herself. I mean, that is weird. Um, yeah, that's weird. Dallas does not have photogrammetry, yet several smaller cities in Texas do. That's just weird. Yeah, pretty cool stuff, everyone. Hey, good to see you, Roby. Good to see ya. I hope you're all doing well, Roby. We're traveling down to our first lake here, Texas. We're gonna fly to Dallas, and then from Dallas we'll be making our way over to St. Louis today. So we're gonna make our way over across Texas again. But I mean, it's gonna be really interesting once we cross over to Greenland and Iceland. It's gonna be some pretty good flying here. Yeah, everything's going really, really well. So yeah, we're now going to get ready to make our, we're going to visit Dallas. So we are ETA about, we're just 69 miles out from our airport. We'll be here pretty shortly. So let's see who's flying along with us. We're in the Southeast Asian server. Our closest airport is going to be 63 Tango X-Ray. And we're cruising around 5,000 feet, give and take. So, but yeah, it's good to see everyone here again. Can't wait to check out this flight with you guys. It's been so great to be here. But yeah, everything's going well, Roby. We're making our way to Dallas. In the simulator, there's quite a few really interesting airport options for Dallas. Dallas has got tons of airports. Obviously, you know, the big, massive Dallas-Fort Worth airport is just massive. And I mean, there are so many destinations. I can't even begin to describe just how big um, the airport in Dallas-Fort Worth is absolutely enormous. I mean, it's the main American Airlines hub, and I mean, it goes everywhere. I kid you not. From U.S. destinations like Albuquerque, Amarillo, Atlanta, New York, Chicago, to international destinations like Mexico City, Toronto, Paris, San Salvador, London, Madrid, Tokyo, Seoul, Frankfurt, Melbourne, Sydney, Doha, Dubai, Istanbul, Helsinki, San Juan, Roatan, Shanghai. It goes everywhere, basically. It's crazy how many they fly out of Dallas-Fort Worth. It's a massive airport. And of course, there's also the smaller Dallas Love that's used by Southwest Airlines. It's their main thing, and they do lots of regional flights, U.S. flights across the U.S. from Dallas Love. There's also other GA airports. There's Fort Worth Meacham International. There is Arlington Municipal, Grand Prairie, Dallas Executive. There's tons of GA airports all across Texas, all across Dallas. There's Mesquite Metro for general aviation. There's Fort Worth Alliance Airport, Collin County Regional, and even Denton Municipal. There's just tons of airports all across Dallas. It's just, don't say Netherlands could fit in Dallas Airport. Um, maybe. I mean, it. I mean, it is an absolutely massive airport. It's massive. It makes sense. Dallas is a global hub. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing. But yeah, it is definitely a great. It's definitely a huge airport. The largest airport I've ever been to. Now I haven't gone through the terminals, but I've been to Atlanta. Um, there is the Delta Flight Museum that's on the grounds of Hartsfield Jackson. We went to the Delta Flight Museum in Hartsfield. Like it is a huge airport, Hartsfield Jackson. I've been there. And then the next largest airport I've been to is Orlando. Yeah, I visited Orlando International. I've been to Orlando International. I've been to Seattle. I went. I visited Charlotte a few times. Charlotte International, and Charlotte's really been growing as an airport. Charlotte has been growing really fast. I'm not kidding. Charlotte has really grown. Because well, American Air it's a major American Airlines hub, and I mean American Airlines flies all over the place. It started to have more international flights. Obviously there's Toronto, but American Airlines flies everywhere, like Costa Rica, St. Lucia, the U.S. destinations like Baltimore. Speaking of Baltimore, I did visit Baltimore. I visited Baltimore Washington International. I also visited that as well. But now Charlotte's doing flights to Munich from Lufthansa, Belarus to Guadalajara, Mexico, and of course many seasonal destinations like Paris, Rome. I've been to, yeah, you wouldn't be every spot in your whole life if you go to the yeah, exactly. But I've been to these airports before. And then I'm going to be going to Long Beach Airport as well. I've never been to Long Beach. Be something new. I've never been to these airports in real life. Like the only airport I've been to so many times, Devil Dude, is obviously my home airport in Louisville, Sanford Field, Muhammad Ali International Sanford Field. Um, it's weird that it's called international, but no passenger travel has ever gone internet outside the U.S. The only thing that goes international is UPS. I kid you not. I think the same thing is with Memphis and Indianapolis. Same reason. Yeah, exactly. International overused. Absolutely, international overused. Like I get other airports like, for example, like Dallas Fort Worth International, Los Angeles International, San Francisco International, JFK International, like in Chicago O'Hare International. Like those make sense because those are international airports. I guess you could technically say Louisville's international because of UPS as a cargo airport hub. But other cities, for example, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Like Will Rogers World is not really international. Indianapolis International, maybe with FedEx, but Kansas City International. Kansas City doesn't make sense. I don't think anyone flies international in Kansas City. I don't believe. Or Reno, yeah, Reno Tahoe International. I don't think international flights go through Reno. And certainly not from Des Moines, Iowa. Looking at you, Splasher 6. But no. Ah, nice. You almost got it done on the World Tour. Nice. Yeah, you're getting pretty much closer there. But yeah. So the airport will be landing here today. Will be Addison Airport, here in Texas. It's located here in Addison, 9 miles north of downtown Dallas. Opened back in 1954 and purchased by the town in 1976. It is home to the Kavanaugh Flight Museum, which has been around since 1993. Now the airport covers 368 acres and one way, 1634, which is around 7,200 feet, 3 feet, or 2,195 meters. It had 96,000 operations in 2015, most being GA. There have been cargo airlines flying throughout much of Texas. It's also a train hub for multiple flight schools, including ATP Flight School. But yeah, that's Addison Airport. There's also a museum open up there called the Kavanaugh Flight Museum. So it's opened back in 1993. And it's home to an aviation art gallery. But the most important thing they worked on in their collection is the B-29 Fifi. And they were actually sent here to this airport to re-engine Fifi to keep the only flying B-29 Super Fortress flying. Eventually, she was moved to the Vintage Flight Museum in Fort Worth before going to the Naval Aviation Center in Dallas. She's definitely one of the most famous, but she's also got tons of other planes in her collection. This is just a partial list, including the Tiger Moth that we have in the sim. We have the Mitchell, Stearman, P-51, the A1H Sky Raider, and more. Yeah, maybe that's probably another thing too. Yeah, exactly. The amount of international airports are only capable which are only capable of bringing big airlines massive. I think the reason is for emergency landings. Probably. Here's why they called what makes an airport considered international. The main reason why internationals are called that is because of customs and border control facilities. That's that's why if you ever visited these international airports, they have to have some customs official or infrastructure to have flights from other nations. So that's probably why it is Devil Dude. It's not just emergency lands, but it's mainly for customs and border patrol. It says here, and according to the thing, it says an airport can be classified as an international airport if it has the necessary facilities and infrastructure to handle international flights, even though it doesn't have any scheduled. This may include customs and immigration facilities, as well as the ability to handle different types of aircraft and cargo. An airport may also be designated as an international intention for future flights, or as a way to attract international investment. So yeah, that is why some of them are called that. Yeah. Here's the city of Dallas. To our left is downtown Dallas. But yeah, like I said, it's sad Dallas does not have photogrammetry. That's the sad thing. Dallas has no photogrammetry whatsoever. I mean, Dallas would look so good if it had the photogrammetry like it did for nearly every other major city in the country. So, in Addison, we'll be landing in runway 34. We're gonna do a landing at 34. We'll stop there, and I'll be taking a quick break, and then we'll get back flying to St. Louis. So, yeah. To our left, we found Dallas Love. There's Dallas Love to our left. He's Dallas Love. The main domestic airport for Texas, like the other main commercial airport. Yeah, Dallas is massive. There's tons of places in the city. So, if you guys didn't know, there has been a survey from the folks at the Flight Sim Association. So they're looking for the cities for next year's FS Expo. So they've got down to 5 choices. Their 5 choices are Cleveland, Ohio, St. Louis, Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, San Diego, and Las Vegas. Now, personally for me, I'm definitely rolling out San Diego and Las Vegas. I don't think I can make the flights to San Diego and Vegas. They are not cheap. Flights are inexpensive. So that boils down to Kansas City, St. Louis, and Cleveland. So the first option is going to be St. Louis, which is around 4 hours from where I'm at. So it is definitely the closest to where I live is St. Louis. And I mean, a 4-hour drive is not bad at all. And I mean, there's some really great places in St. Louis to visit. Obviously, for baseball stuff, I'll definitely take the guys around Busch Stadium. I mean, Busch Stadium would be great for a baseball game to check out. There's the Gateway Arch, Busch Stadium. You have the the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. And there's obviously the St. Louis Zoo and the St. Louis Park, which is definitely a highlight of the city of St. Louis. And then there's also a few other places around the area. Obviously further north, you could visit Camp Du Bois, where Lewis and Clark started their journey back in Camp River Du Bois. As well as in Illinois, you could visit, of course, the famous mountains. You can visit the famous mountains of Cahokia. You can visit the world famous UNESCO World Heritage Site. But yeah, definitely some interesting places that are definitely worth visiting here in St. Louis. My issue about visiting St. Louis would definitely be crime would be an issue here in St. Louis. Yeah, it would be a GA flight away, definitely. St. Louis would be by far the closest one. It'd be only 4 hours. It would be pretty cool to visit. Plus, you could also make the drive. Depending on where you're at, I think you could make the drive all the way. There as well. Like there's Hannibal. You could also make the drive over to that. Yeah, but St. Louis would also not be bad internationally because there's Lambert, and Lambert can actually do more than a few international flights. After all, Lambert was actually at one point one of the hubs of TWA, Trans World Airlines. It was once a hub for that. It was a TWA air hub, believe it or not. And it has international flights to Toronto, Frankfurt. Toronto, Frankfurt are its main international flights. But it's mainly used right now by Southwest Airlines, mainly. So St. Louis is definitely a good option. Like I said, St. Louis would be the easiest for me to get to. Hey, Roby, good to see you. I see you down there at the end of the runway. Yeah. And yeah, but yeah, like I said, St. Louis is not super safe city. So the second city I mentioned is Cleveland. Now Cleveland is about an hour and a half further drive up to Cleveland, but it will at least be in Ohio, which would be really cool up there. Also along the way to Cleveland where I live is Dayton actually. In Dayton, Ohio. One of the advantages in Cleveland is definitely there are also quite a few things in Cleveland to do. Obviously, there is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. There's the Children's Museum there as well. There is also Progressive Field, home of the Guardians. Formerly used to be known as the Indians, but they changed their name. So they're now known as the Guardians. Definitely definitely a very cool city to check out as well. There's the Rockwell Hall of Fame. There's also the USS World War II submarine, the KOD. Um, and a few other places as well, like the Museum of Art nearby. So Cleveland would definitely be an interesting destination. And obviously along the way from um there's all on the way there's all from where I live there is Cincinnati on the way. I can visit there before I get there, and of course you could also take the road up to Dayton and visit the National Air Force Museum, which is I highly recommend. If you want to check out US Air Force, check out the museum there. But yeah, guys, that should be leg number 45 is in the books, so leg 45 will be done. Um, I'll be taking a quick break. I'll be right on back. I gotta take a quick break, get my drink refilled, and I'll be seeing you guys in a few minutes as we go for leg 46. So, see you guys then. All right, guys, I'm now back. So now we're gonna do leg number we'll be doing leg number 46 now. So we'll be going through leg number 46 on this stream. So this one would be, we're going to set the date to tomorrow. I'll set this up to July 20th, 2017. And we'll be doing, okay, right. So we'll set this back. You guys are more than welcome to join in on this stream today. This is a group flight here on this stream. So we'll be taking off here from Addison Airport. Our gyro pilots can be 39 degrees. So we're gonna go ahead and take off. So let's go. Let's go ahead and get this bird taken off. So we're now back up, so we're back in the air again. So we're now going to continue on this direction for about 468 nautical miles. We'll be again climb back to 5,000 feet. We can get plenty of altitude to see everything. So on our way over to St. Louis, we'll be flying through a bit about Oklahoma and Arkansas on our way to Missouri. So I would guys giving you a bit of some information about those two states. I don't have them on my notes, but I will give you that information. But going back to what I said about Cleveland, you could probably drive about a couple hours to Dayton, Ohio. You could check out the National Air Force Museum in Dayton, which is definitely a great place that's absolutely worth visiting, is Dayton. There's Dayton. You could also drive through Columbus, apparently. Drive through the city of Columbus, Ohio. And visit Ohio State and the other campuses. And of course, in addition to this, if you don't mind taking a bit about a short drive from Cleveland, you could visit the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. If we did end up going to Cleveland, we could take about an hour drive down south. You could visit the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, and check out and you can check out the blimp, and apparently you can even visit the blimp. And I think you could visit a tour of the Goodyear blimp base in Akron, because you could actually take a tour there as well about visiting their Ohio base. Here in Akron, so you can visit the blimps. So that would be a very neat location worth visiting. So yeah, I mean, Cleveland has some really interesting destinations if you're willing to drive for aviation stuff. So Cleveland's definitely a good city to check out. And then, and Cleveland is more than manageable for me at least to visit. Of course, the other city, the last city is probably the longest driving, but it's to Kansas City in KC. So Kansas City would be 7 hours drive, which is about 2 more than going to Cleveland. But there are some really neat things in Kansas City that are definitely worth visiting, from what I know of. Obviously, outside of the Flight Sim Expo, there is the National World War One Museum there, which is all about the First World War. Definitely a really interesting place to visit. I really would like to visit there. And I visited the World War II Museum down in New Orleans, so I'm curious to see the National World War One Museum. And then for baseball fans, it's the Black League's Baseball Museum or the Negro League's Baseball Museum, which talks about the history of the Black Baseball Leagues. And it's partnered with Major League Baseball, but it's really really cool. It talks about the history of the Black Baseball Leagues during their era when they were segregated because they couldn't participate with the white players. So it is a really neat area to check out. That is a baseball place I definitely would like to go. That's definitely a place worth visiting. There's a steamboat museum as well in Kansas City, and of course, outside of those areas, Kansas City also has sporting venues. Just outside the city limits, you can visit Arrowhead and Kauffman Stadium. This is where you can find the two major sports teams of Kansas City, located around this area. And of course, if you don't mind taking a bit of a longer drive, down, if you don't mind taking a bit, if you don't mind traveling a bit upwards, you could visit, Earhart Airport in Atchison, where you visit Amelia Earhart's birthplace. Kid you not. If you don't mind a quick drive from there as well. So definitely some really interesting places that are definitely worth visiting. So yeah, it's not that I don't like San Diego or Vegas. I think those are definitely great cities to check out. Like Vegas, it's flights that the biggest issue is flights. Um, I think there's been a couple beeps. Yeah, they're beeps. I'm hearing them all over the place. Yeah, but Kansas City's definitely got some great places worth visiting. Um, then for Vegas, I mean, there's obviously the Strip, of course. You can't go visit without the Strip. There's tons of casinos and all that area around Vegas. They got a children's museum. Of course, there's the Stratosphere. There's all sorts of museums and other locations here in Vegas. But yeah, there's quite a few interesting places in Vegas to check out. And I mean, there's all sorts of different things in Vegas. There's all sorts of things to do in Vegas. And of course, if you don't mind a longer drive, you could obviously visit the famous Hoover Dam. There's Hoover Dam, Sloan Canyon, tons of pretty beautiful areas as well. My only issue with Vegas, would be if we stay in Vegas, the cost of flights is going to be really, really high cost of flights. And that's not even counting the hotel days, the days in the hotel and all that. I mean, it gets pretty expensive. And that's very similar to San Diego as well. And it's very similar to San Diego is the flights. Though San Diego has a lot of great places to visit in the city as well. That includes the USS Midway Museum, the tours, Petco Park for baseball, Balboa Park. Of course, the world famous San Diego Zoo is there. San Diego Air and Space Museum with automobile museums quite up there. That's worth checking out. There's more than quite a few things in San Diego. It's just the cost of flights. That's why I don't think San Diego or Vegas is going to be where Expo's at next year. Of course, Vegas would be significantly easier for flights internationally than it would be significantly easier to get flights out of Harry Reid than it is San Diego for international stuff, because there is at least a few international flights from there. For example, British Airways does fly out of London. Condor does seasonal things out of Frankfurt. Korean Air from Seoul. KLM flies from Amsterdam. Like Virgin Atlantic from London. So definitely of the two, if I were to pick between Vegas and San Diego, I would take Vegas just because it'd be much easier to get flights internationally from those cities. That being said, for me at least, I'm hoping that this year's Expo is probably held either in Kansas City, St. Louis, or Cleveland. It's not because I'm lazy, but it's because, again, those flights are not short at all. Like some of these flights are really long flights. Hey, we got a fall from Beast Rex 92. Good to see ya. Hello, my dude. Good to see you. Welcome on in. So we're recreating the 2017 Breitling DC flight around the world. We started our journey on New Year's Day in Geneva. We've been flying through across Europe, the Middle East, Southeast, and East Asia before crossing the Pacific to Alaska, and now we're going down through to the contiguous 48 states. We're currently flying our way over to we're going around the world. So you're gonna land at all the airports? No, but I'm recreating a historical journey that we did. So we're landing the airports that they went on in the real world tour. Here's the book. We're basing off what they did here in this book. Right here. And we went to all the cities they went to. So we already went through Zagreb, we went through Athens, Tel Aviv, Bahrain, and all that, but we did land at all those airports. That being said, in the future, I might do an around the world journey, but this time, might go through more airports. I plan on doing an around the world, but this time visiting all the countries. Are you gonna? Oh, Marianus. No. I'm not gonna do any lands in Marianus. Marianus. No, I don't think I'm going to land in Martinis. But that being said, I might do it on my stream, Beast Rex. But yeah, I might do it on a stream though. But I'm not gonna do it in this world tour though. So, but good question though. But very good question. Um, but yeah. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about Cleveland International. So actually, there are international flights to Cleveland. Aer Lingus actually flies to Dublin. I kid you not, Dublin to Cleveland. So yeah, Aer Lingus does do international flights. They fly through Dublin, as well as Air Canada Express through Toronto. So there, I guess Cleveland would be the one that could be worth the easiest. You just have to get all those international flights through Dublin, but yeah, every island country though, I guess so too. Yeah, I've actually been to nearly every country in as a VA pilot, yes, but I've been to every single country. Um, but that a lot of that was when I was not streaming though. But I might do a stream of going around the world these places, so definitely worth checking out. Check out Beast if you can't see registry. It's free. Ah, you've been there? Yep, I have. I have not. I've been there. Yes, it's definitely very interesting. Marianas and Fort Reunion definitely are very interesting places in Africa. Never mind, he's been there. Yeah, I've been there. But I might stream there. If you want me to, I guess I could probably work that in. Yeah. Oh, you live there? Nice. Yeah, it's definitely a really cool island. I would definitely like to check it out. All right. But definitely, it looks like a very beautiful island worth checking out. I think it. Let me try to get the pronunciation right. Mar-ish. Mauritius. Mauritius. There you go. Sorry, it had to take me a while to get that. But yeah, it is pretty chilled there, definitely. So, if you are interested to check out my other streams, Beast, I have a Discord, and I do flights from Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays on my streams. I mainly do a mix between the airliners and the general aviation planes. So that's what I've been mainly been doing on my channel. So, but yeah, I do flights around the world. And in fact, I might, if you don't mind, I guess I could easily do a suggestion for Wednesday's stream to be Marianas. In fact, that might be a good idea actually to check out the island. Check out. Hey, a raid of 36 from Sergeant Staff. Welcome on in, Sergeant Staff and viewers. Thank you guys so much for coming here today. We're back with another DC-3 flight around the world, and it's great to see you guys here as well. Let me give a shout out to my good friend Sergeant Staff. I hope you had an awesome stream today. So guys, we're back in the DC-3. We're doing another leg of our around the world journey. We've been doing this since New Year's Day. We're currently on leg 46 right now. We're flying from Dallas to St. Louis on our mighty DC-3. So we're about to cross over the border of Oklahoma and Texas. So yeah, it's great to see everyone doing well. Also good to see We Fly Daily. Good to see you as well. Let me get a shout for his channel. He does a lot of GA and jet streams. He does everything. And Drunken Cinnamon, great to see you guys. I don't have the Phoenix A320, but I do have the 737. So I might take the 737 from India to Marianas. Oh, that would definitely be a pretty cool idea. It'd be a bit of a longer flight. It might be a longer flight, but I guess if I'm being reasonable, I might do Madagascar, either Madagascar to there, from a 737 from the capital of Madagascar at Antananarivo to Marianas, or the ATR or do some ATR flights around Reunion in Marianas. That would be a really good idea. That would be much more reasonable. And I get to fly over a bit of those islands. But good. Oh, and also good to see you, Court. Welcome on in. Good to see you, Court. Check out his channel as well. Great to have all you guys here. Yeah, great to have you guys here. We flying along today. We have Roby. Roby's around here somewhere, but he's flying along with us via our mighty DC-3. Yeah, your pronouncing it isn't so bad. Oh, no worries. It's not the easiest place. I sometimes have issues with pronunciation, so I do apologize to any locals. Sometimes I get them wrong, sometimes I get it right. R-ish. Yeah, I mean, it's a French-speaking name, so. Marigies. No worries, I try. My American accent sounds like someone from India. Ah, gotcha. Oh my goodness, is that Captain Seppi? I have not seen you in so long, Seppi. I hope you're doing well. Get a shout to Captain Seppi, man. I mean, I haven't seen you here on my channel in a long, long time. And it's been a long time since I see you, Seppi. Here's a shout to Seppi's channel. I hope I get to see you streaming again, Seppi. But great to have you here as well on the channel here. And we have a follow from Fate Far 8th. Thank you so much. You were flying with Sergeant Staff, but yeah, great to see you again, Seppi. It's been a long time. Oh yes, I'm very much a chill stream. I like the chill stuff. Like, I'm trying to be nice, but I like doing the nice, chill stream as well. That's what I like to do, Beast. I like being chill. I may not have the craziest personality, but I am a very much someone who likes to have a nice, chill stream and enjoy my time flying with you guys. That's all what my stream is. Um, so yeah, we're actually just crossed the border. We're about to cross over to Oklahoma. I'm going to give you some brief information about the Sooner State. Um, Oklahoma is bordered between Texas to the south, Arkansas the east, northeast to Missouri, north to Kansas, and then northwest to Colorado, and then to the west with the Panhandle to New Mexico. It is actually the 20th most populous state in the Union, and the 20th largest in land area. Um, the residents are known as Oklahomans, and the largest city and capital is actually in Oklahoma City. But the nickname Sooner State Trap references the Sooners who staked their claims during the land rush of 1889. Um, Oklahoma used to be home to quite a few of the Native American tribes, mainly from those that were deported during the Trail of Tears. Eventually, though, between the 1880s, they decided um, to be formed with the former Indian Territory. Oklahoma used to have a prominent petroleum industry in the 20th century, which grew Oklahoma's wealth. But Oklahoma had its own issues in the 20s and 30s with civil unrest, mainly the Tulsa Race Massacre and the Dust Bowl in the 30s. But has ancient mountain ranges, prairies, mesas, and forests. And Oklahoma is also prone to severe weather, mainly tornadoes. Currently, Oklahoma is a major producer of natural gas, oil, and agricultural products, and relies on a base of aviation, energy, telecommunications, and biotechnology. Oh, I see you need 8 more follows. Oh, thank you so much, Far8. Yeah, Oklahoma, very, And Howitzer, hey Howitzer, good to see ya. Sebby's too busy terrorizing the ocean with submarines. Yeah, if you guys don't know my streams, I do lots of historical stuff. I mainly produce these slideshows. I've actually made them for the journey. So in fact, this is just one of the parts of this full tour. So I mainly talk about all these stuff like climate, history, culture. Because for me, if you guys have never been on my streams, I like to teach you guys all these places because I think learning is just much more exciting than just standing around just doing flying, talk up a storm. I like to actually have my streams with a purpose. I like to have streams that have a purpose. Um, and that is to learn. But yes, I did say oil. Yes, Oklahoma has oil reserves. No, not as much as Texas, obviously. Keep that in mind. But yes, oil does play a role in Oklahoma's economy. It is the nation's third largest producer of natural gas and fifth largest in crude oil. Some interesting stuff about Oklahoma. In terms of other stuff, Oklahoma does have an aviation industry, mainly in Tulsa, because it is the global maintenance and engineering HQ for American Airlines. And Tulsa is home to the largest airline maintenance base. And as a result, aerospace accounts for more than 10% of Oklahoma's industry, as well as biotechnology, which has been growing really rapidly. And then other stuff about Oklahoma that should be well known. Oklahoma's home to quite a few notable people here. There are definitely some pretty famous Oklahomans. There's definitely some extremely notable people from the state, and I mean there are a lot of famous Oklahomans. but there are so many famous Oklahomans. And I mean, there are a lot of them. There's famous aviators, including Wiley Post himself was from Oklahoma. He was born in Texas but grew up in Oklahoma. Wiley Post became the first pilot to fly solo around the world. He grew up in Oklahoma. And of course, who could forget the legendary Will Rogers, who was born in Cherokee, Oklahoma. He became a very famous entertainer. He made 71 films. He traveled around the world 3 times and wrote more than 4,000 newspaper columns. And he was very popular in the U.S. Unfortunately, he passed away in a tragic crash with Wiley Post in Alaska, in Point Barrow. But he became one of the most famous people from Oklahoma. There's also business people, including Edward L. Gaylord, who was the founder of and owner of the Grand Ole Opry, as well as the there's also oil businessman Thomas Boone Pickens. He was a very much an important businessman. And of course, you can forget athletes. There's been more than a few famous athletes from Oklahoma. Troy Aikman, quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, played at Oklahoma University. Who can forget the legendary baseball player Johnny Bench, played for the catcher for the Cincinnati Reds. There are tons of other famous people as well. And of course, Barry Sanders, he wasn't born in Oklahoma. He was raised in Kansas, but he played college football at Oklahoma State. Became one of the greatest football players of all time. Yeah, there are a lot of famous people from Oklahoma. Yeah, very important state to definitely worth visiting. You know, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of famous Oklahomans. Well, very, very well known. But I do appreciate the kind words. But yeah. But yeah. But yeah, in terms of other stuff for their culture too, Oklahoma's been quite a few home to quite a few has one major league sports team, the Oklahoma City Thunder of the NBA. The National Basketball Association is its only major league team. And they used to be from Seattle called the Supersonics, but they were relocated in 2008. Though Oklahoma does have several minor league sports teams, including minor league baseball with the Oklahoma City Dodgers, ice hockey with the Tulsa Oilers, and more. But the most popular draw for the state is college sports. There's 4 Division I schools, but the two most prominent schools are definitely the University of Oklahoma at Norman, known as the Sooners, and the Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, which is home to the Cowboys. Particularly, the University of Oklahoma in Oklahoma State are definitely very successful collegiate programs. University of Oklahoma for example, is particularly successful in football. For college football, University of Oklahoma has been an extremely successful collegiate football program. Though in terms of Oklahoma State, they are by far the most successful in wrestling. They've won 34 national championships, which is by far the most national championships for wrestling. So yeah, basically, Oklahoma does have some sports stuff going for it. Pretty cool. Oklahoma's largest airport is definitely Will Rogers Airport in Oklahoma City. And I think Indybuild's made a really nice scenery of this in the sim. So we definitely got a lot of stuff going on. So yeah, I hope you guys are having a great weekend. For those who rated, if you guys have had a great weekend so far. Um, so for me, I definitely been enjoying our new, my virtual airlines new hub um, in Shubu. Shubu's definitely a great pick for the community. I'm glad the community picked Shubu. I picked Shubu last because I really like the handcrafted airports more because they definitely look a lot nicer. But it wasn't because I didn't like any of the choices though. I think all the choices were good. Hiroshima was definitely nice. I like Nagasaki because of its really scenic approach to the mountains. And Shubu's kind of nice because, like I said, no one's really checked out Shubu much. So that's probably why I think a lot of people picked it. There wasn't really anyone that had a base there. But, and there's a nice freeware too. So that's why they kind of picked it. Um, that's definitely what it is. Yeah, like a lot of people don't expect this, but yeah, this part of Oklahoma does have a lot of trees and all that. So, oh, I became yeah, definitely a great airport. It definitely won me over, just like Tahoe did back when we had the United States Hub. It kind of won me over with Tahoe. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna come back to Shubu not next week because I might do some flying over in Africa, but maybe 2 weeks. I may on 2 weeks on that Wednesday. The week after that one, I may go back to Japan and probably do some international flight to China or something. But probably what I'm gonna do. So yeah. Yeah, if you guys are aware, I did go through Oklahoma during my Route 66 trip, way back, when I streamed, a long time ago. I still have it on my stream, but I did a Route 66 journey, back on stream. We went down through Chicago all the way to Los Angeles, so we went down through Route 66 through Springfield, St. Louis, and we went down through the former Route 66. We went through Oklahoma City. So we used to go down all the way there. Pretty crazy to think about. Just how long ago some of these streams have been. Some of these streams I haven't been doing that in a long, long time. But yeah, and the thing about Oklahoma that surprises me a bit from what I learned is you'd be surprised how geographically diverse Oklahoma actually is. In fact, it's among the most one of the most geographically diverse states in the country. More than 10 distinct ecoregions in the state, with 11 within its borders, the most per square mile than any states. And there's some extreme differences of biodiversity. You can find the Owacha Mountains, Ozarks, Wichita Mountains, and the Arbuckle Mountains within the state. In fact, you can find all sorts of unique areas like Turner Falls, Elk Mountain in the Wichita Mountains. So, there's definitely some very unique areas within Oklahoma. And the one truly bad thing about living in Oklahoma, and the number one thing in this state to really worry about in the state of Oklahoma is tornadoes. Because because Oklahoma is located within Tornado Alley, which is known for its interaction between cold, dry air from Canada to warm, hot, dry air from Mexico. These interactions produce different air currents that produce thunderstorms, thunderstorm winds, and tornadoes. And in fact, as a result, an average of 62 tornadoes strike Oklahoma per year, which is among the highest in the world in Tornado Alley. And and also here's the weird thing too about Oklahoma. Due to its unique position within temperatures and winds, they can vary incredibly widely over short distances and even change at an even shorter time period. For example, on November 11th, 1911, Oklahoma City reached 83 degrees during that day, which was a record high for that date. 83 degrees in November. Then a cold front hit that state, and by midnight, it reached as low as 17 degrees Fahrenheit, or -8 degrees Celsius, which was also the record low by midnight. Yes, Oklahoma can actually change pretty crazy in the state. And that is also why it's responsible for so many of the tornadoes in the area. In one such incident in 1912, it caused an average of one during the 1912 Oklahoma tornado outbreak. A warm front traveled over the cold front and produced one tornado per hour of tornadoes. But yeah, Oklahoma is such a varied place. It's just it's weird. It's Oklahoma. But yeah, very, very cool to learn more about Oklahoma. But there's definitely some really neat, interesting facts about Oklahoma. So other interesting Oklahoma State facts. The highest point in Oklahoma is Black Mesa, which is around 4,973 feet. And that's located across many other states. Another interesting fact is that Oklahoma, believe it or not, the state is also the home birth the small town home of Brad Pitt, one of the most famous actors. He actually grew up in Shawnee, Oklahoma, and he became one of the most talked about celebrities, Brad Pitt. And of course, one of the most interesting facts about Oklahoma, apparently one of the most weird facts was that during World War II around Oklahoma, in the city of Boise City, the citizens thought they were under attack by enemy forces, and apparently it caused by a routine target practice, the pilot became confused and accidentally bombed the city. And it became the only bomb on continental U.S. soil during World War II. That was back in 1943. What? Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. And of course, combat aviation was invented here in Fort Stills. Fort Stills is actually where combat aviation was actually invented here in the U.S. And they trained a lot of combat aviation pilots during the First World War. And of course, one of the most interesting facts um, about one of the most interesting weird facts about Oklahoma is there's actually a museum about pigeons. Yes, you've heard right, pigeon museum to teach visitors about the American pigeon, and that's been around since the 70s. Yeah, yeah, very very cool. But yeah, we're about to reach the Ozarks actually, so you can actually see some of the Ozarks mountains located right here in Oklahoma. Yeah, very very cool. So yeah, pretty cool stuff about Oklahoma. So there's Roby with us. If you guys are more than welcome to join along with us. We can find a group. We're at Southeast Asia server. Nearest airport is 6 Foxtrot 1. Is our closest airport. definitely a beautiful landscape here today. Just absolutely gorgeous today. Um, so we're just about 329 nautical miles left to go. So we'll be heading there in about 2 hours. We got ETA 2 hours still left to go on this flight. So yeah, that's basically where we're going to be heading towards. We're not too far away from the border between Oklahoma and Arkansas. We're just about 30 nautical miles from the border between them. Let's go ahead and check the tanks. Okay, we're just around 60 gallons left, which according to this is going to be 30% tanks. We can go a little bit longer without changing the tanks. So we're doing quite well, everyone. So if you guys have any really good weekend plans, I hope you guys had fun during the weekend. If you feel comfortable, you can probably tell me what you guys did for the weekend. I know a bunch of you guys had some pretty cool stuff that happened during the week. Um, so apparently, I'm just looking at some of the schedules. So apparently tomorrow on Murph's stream, he's going to be going. I think this might be the last part of his series. He's going to be flying over Guatemala. Definitely a very, very cool area to visit. Definitely a very beautiful area of Guatemala, and has apparently it's for the coffee stuff, but it's got some beautiful seas areas within Guatemala worth visiting. So definitely some pretty nice stuff. So yeah, beautiful landscape here today. again, a lot of people, when they think of Oklahoma, they think the frontiers and the Dust Bowl and all that. Not these forests and hills. Definitely very, very unique. That a lot of people don't know about. Yeah. Hey, you're back, Beast. See ya. So yeah, if you guys are interested, and if you guys haven't done so yet, you can just check out the Discord to keep track of my streams. Of course. We'll be flying on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Wednesdays and Fridays are going to be at 1600 Zulu time, or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I live. And then, obviously, Sundays is going to be at 1400. I do stream earlier on Sundays because some of these DC-3 flights are going to be quite long. So, streaming a little bit earlier would definitely be really good for me in the channel. And if you guys haven't got the chance, and if you guys like what you see here and haven't been following the channel, smash that follow button and be a great way to support the channel and support the community. I'm currently hunting down. I'm currently getting to 800. I definitely want to get to reach that mark at some point this year. So I definitely like to support the channel and continue to help grow this community a bit. Yeah, absolutely be fantastic. So yeah, I've been to the Ozarks before. We'll be flying over the Ozark Mountains here in Arkansas. The Ozarks are definitely very cool. You find some great bush strips all across the Ozarks. Um, the closest I went to visiting there is my time at Branson, Missouri. If you guys never heard of Branson, it's basically a major college town. It's a major tourist destination area located in Missouri. Ah, nice, nice piece. Welcome on to the Discord. Yeah, my community is called the Sidewinders. Obviously, uh, the Sidewinders is my main group. Because obviously, it is themed to the snakes, obviously, and snakes been a big part of the channel. I have a theme. Yeah, we're gonna be in Arkansas for about let's see how much. We're gonna be about 100 nautical miles within 125 nautical miles in Arkansas. So we're gonna be in Arkansas for just a little bit before heading our way back through Missouri, which I got the slides built for the Missouri stuff when we get there. Yeah, oh, for me, I don't really want to talk about my age, but I am within my late 20s, so. Good to see you, Jimbo Fox. Welcome on in, Jimbo. See ya. We're about to cross over between the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. So yeah, we're not going to be in the U.S. for too much longer. On terms of the streams, we got after our flight to St. Louis, be 1, 2, then a brief injury to Canada, 3. Actually, we'll technically be only how many more legs in the U.S.? 1, 2, 3, 4 more legs left in the U.S. Actually, plus we have one leg in plus one additional leg into Toronto, but technically 4 U.S. legs left. So we don't have much time in the U.S. Then we have to get back to Quebec, then get back to Goose Bay, because we got some flights up in Greenland to make. So we don't have too much left. Just have to cross over the Labrador Sea in the North Atlantic into Greenland and Iceland from Goose Bay, then went to the United Kingdom and just go through the UK, France, Germany, Austria, a bit of Slovenia, Italy, southern France, and then back up to Switzerland. Don't really have too much longer to go. Hopefully I get this done by the end of the year, which would be a huge accomplishment. Be right back for dinner, no worries. What's interesting about World War II bombing, that was the only time that's ever happened in the continental United States by American bombers. Pretty funny. Flying back before you land, have a nice landing. No worries, Devil Dude. Thanks for the predictions. I know it's a bit early, but now we just crossed over into Arkansas, guys. So, let me give you some bit of information about Arkansas. This landlocked state in the southern United States is bordered by Missouri to the north, Tennessee and Mississippi to the east, Louisiana to the south, and Texas and Oklahoma to the west and southwest as well. The name Arkansas is from the Osage language. That's the name of their language. And it has a very diverse geography, ranging from the mountainous regions of the Ozark and Ouachita Mountains to the densely forested land in the south, known as the Arkansas Timberlands, and the eastern lowlands with the Mississippi River. It's the 29th largest state in the U.S. by land area and the 34th most populous state with just over 3 million people. Obviously, the capital most populous city is Little Rock, which is a hub for transportation, business, culture, and government. There's also the northwest corner of the state, which is Fayetteville, Springdale, Rogers metropolitan area, which is a major area as well. It used to be part of French Louisiana, and with the addition of the Louisiana Purchase, Arkansas was admitted as the 25th state in the U.S. in 1836. Much of Arkansas's Delta Plains was made from cotton, and it was part of the Confederate States during the Civil War. Though it did return back to the Union in 1868, it suffered economically because it over-relied on plantations, and when cotton declined, there was little investment, so it kind of fell behind economic opportunity as well. During the civil rights movements, Arkansas was a major battleground for the civil rights movement for integration to schools and more. So after World War II, it started to finally begin to diversify its economy and start to gain prosperity. During the 60s, Walmart, the state of Arkansas, became the base for Walmart, the world's largest company by revenue, located in Bentonville. And today, it's mainly relying on service industries, aircraft, poultry, steel, and tourism. And of course, Arkansas has kind of a rich culture with museums, theaters, novels, TV shows, and athletics as well. Notable people from the state of Arkansas include educational advocate William Fulbright, former U.S. President, the former 42nd U.S. President Bill Clinton, former NATO Allied Supreme Allied Commander Wesley Clark, Walmart founder Sam Walton, and of course, legendary songwriters Johnny Cash, Charlie Rich, Jimmy Driftwood, and Glenn Campbell. But basically, there are a lot of very famous people from the state of Arkansas. Pretty cool stuff about Arkansas. Hey, Tabletop Android, good to see you. Good to see you, Tabletop Android. Welcome on in. I was just talking about the state of Arkansas. We are flying through it right now. We're on our way to St. Louis, but we're going to be flying through here. But they always suffer, they don't listen to me. My day, my girlfriend left him. Oh, dear. Oh. I'm not into the relationship sort of things. Oh, man. I'm not into that sort of relationship stuff, so I have no idea. Really cool stuff about Arkansas. Yeah, if there are no harmful snakes, no harmful spiders, no insects would creep me out. No, I would definitely move to America. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, though, there are some definitely harmful animals living in the United States. Snakes, I mean, Arizona's got 13 rattlesnake species living in there. Including my namesake, the rattlesnake. There's also cottonmouths, copperheads, cottonmouths, and more living throughout the southeast U.S. Of course, there's also spiders living all across the U.S., like the black widow and all that. And yes, there are harmful insects. U.S. has got tons of insects. Are you sure you're not a bot? Are you talking about pets? I hope you're not a bot. That would be the last thing I would like to have. I don't like bots. So here's Fort Smith to our left is Fort Smith, Arkansas. There's Fort Smith to our left. Here's Fort Smith, actually. Fort Smith is actually Arkansas's third most populous city. It lies on the confluence of the Arkansas and Potomac rivers, and it's right on the border with them in Oklahoma. It was well known as a base for migrants settling for the Wild West during the 19th century. There's all sorts of attractions as well, like shopping, different event venues, and of course Fort Smith Historic Site, which is the original 1817 fort. And some notable people from Fort Smith. There's definitely a lot of people in terms of athletes. Isaiah Joe, former Arkansas shooting guard, now for the 76ers, for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jaleel Okafor plays for the Brooklyn Nets and 76ers. There's also actors and musicians. In fact, Martin Stover created the TV series Wild America in the 1970s. And then for politicians as well, we have W.H.H. Clinton, who lived in Fort Smith. And of course, for terms of other people, there's William O. Darby, who was the heroic World War II general and led the Darby's Rangers, and where he was killed in action back at the age of 34. So yeah, there's more than a few people here in Fort Smith. Nah, I've been using the name Beast Rex for over 3 years. Ah, you potential Tiger King. No, I could definitely grow I remember the Tiger King thing. Yes, I'm pretty well aware of that. I don't think raising a tiger is a good idea. Tigers are still wild animals. I mean, it's one thing it's a house cat. It's a whole different animal when you talk about the largest big cat. Um, oh dear. Hey, good to see you, Caleb the Trumpeter. Good to see you. Oh, nice. A round the world trip yourself. But in the Cessna 172, oh, that's fantastic. That's awesome. Great to hear that. I know that'll take you a while too, in the Cessna 172. Thank you so much for the follow, Caleb. I do these streams every Sundays, but I also stream for Wednesdays and Fridays as well. I do a mix between general aviation, the airliners, and historic flights. That's what I've been doing, Caleb. I started this journey back at New Year's Day. I'm recreating what Team Breitling did back in 2017, when they took this DC-3 from Geneva round trip, and we already went through much of Italy, Croatia, Greece, Israel, Jordan, across the Middle East into Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Pakistan, India, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, across the Pacific to the United States, with start with Alaska, and now we're still in the continental United States. We'll make our way back to Canada pretty soon. But yeah, that's awesome though. On leg 4, it said it'll take around 5 hours and 40 minutes. Yeesh. The only streaming I do is when I drink too much bourbon. Oh, yes. Oh, and Howie, I mean, you can find plenty of bourbon from where I live. I mean, clearly, just 30 minutes from where I live is the start of the whole bourbon trail in Louisville. I mean, you can have plenty of bourbon for you there. All across Bourbon Road and Bourbon Row. You can have as much bourbon as you want. Oh, nice. From Kilo Papa Lima November to Charlie Yankee Mike Tango. Let me see what these airports are. Ah, from Pelliston. Oh, you're flying from Pelliston, from Michigan to from Pelliston, Michigan to Chibougamau Airport in Quebec. Oh, cool. That is very, very cool. Yeah, good luck on the journey, my dude. No worries, Roby. Thank you so much for flying along with us. You started at Kilo Romeo Echo Golf. From Gonzales, Louisiana. Oh, nice. Are you from around Louisiana? From around the area? Yeah, I've been to Louisiana before. Caleb, I went to New Orleans a couple weeks back. Definitely a very cool city to visit. We got to visit the World War II Museum. Yeah, very, very cool, Caleb. That's fantastic. Yeah, good luck on that journey. Um, that I've always, oh, nice. That's your local airports. That's awesome. Yeah, I might do another around the world trip, but, um, though I might start on my local home airport. I have a local airport. My local FBO airport is actually Kilo Juliet Victor Yankee. That's Clark Regional, just right outside of Jeffersonville in Sellersburg, Indiana. That's where I'm around. I'm around southern Indiana, but that's my local home airport. So that's where my local airport's at. I can name three-fourths of the states of America I've roamed for Roblox. But yeah, but yeah, that's my local one. Though for most commercial flights, I go from Louisville International, Kilo Sierra Delta Foxtrot. That's where I do most commercial stuff. Though I'm also not too far from Bowman, Kilo Lima Oscar Uniform. So I have three pretty interesting airports from around where I live. I can do flights. And particularly the last one, Bowman, has been around since 1919. It's a very old airport. So and apparently that airport is still running since then, and it's a very successful airport. So I'm lucky to have three really neat places I can get to take off from my home. So it'd be really, really cool to check it out. But it's beautiful out here today. Let's take a look at the Ozarks. Man, the Ozarks are so pretty in the sim. And you can find some of the best bush flying around the southern United States. You can find some great bush trips. I mean, there's Bird's Backcountry Strip, which is literally the home of Arkansas. This is where Arkansas actually happens in Birds. We're actually about to fly over it. But there are tons of really neat airstrips all across this area. Tons of really cool GA airfields all across this area. Neat. Don't ask me that question, please, Beast. No, please don't ask that question. I don't want to talk about people and their religion and all that. Please don't. I have 22 lakes planned on now. It'll bring me to Uniform Whiskey Golf Sierra. Cool. That is in Sabuska in Russia. Oh, you're gonna be heading to Russia. Yeah, 66 hours. That's gonna take me a long time. In fact, Caleb, there's actually a content creator that I know is actually doing an around the world trip in the 172 as well. His name is Captain Arash, a great dude. He has his own Compass Club, a fellow content creator. He has his own Cessna 172 around the world trip himself. But it's like the ultimate around the world. But total I've done is 11 hours. Yep. How much time does it take for the world's fastest plane? Good question, actually. Well, in terms of around the world stuff, that's a good question. That simply takes you a long time. So that's a good question. Now the first around the world trip was back, in 1924, which was the first one did by Douglas, and they did 175 days for their trip. So if you did non-stop flying, from New York, around 19 hours from New York to London. So if you were to do it, probably 38 hours. So the fastest is the Concorde. It went around the world under FAI rules, of course, in 31 hours, 27 minutes, and 49 seconds. So yeah, the fastest is 31 hours under FAI rules. So there you go. Oh, he's on day 248. Yep. Yeah, he started all the way back and he went everywhere. I mean, he spent a whole month in Australia, literally. Just spent so much time around the world. He's flown everywhere. Well, I'm gonna plan on something similar in that, myself, but I'm not gonna be as limited to the planes I'm gonna fly. So most is still gonna be general aviation. I'm still gonna do much of it for GA. But other ones, I'll be for the longer stuff, or for some of the island countries, I'll be doing the airliner sort of stuff. But that way I have, that way I can still do the around the world, but I want to visit as many countries as I can. How much time do you think a Miata would take? Okay. So it depends on speed of a Mazda Miata, which, the Miata, let's say if you were to go top speed, a Miata, top speed of, let's say, a 4th generation Mazda Miata, its specifications, if you pick the most powerful version, which is 101 horsepower, 81 horsepower Miata, I think the top speed, let me look, is 143 miles an hour, which 143 mph to knots is 124. So that basically it'll take you as long to do it in a Miata, at max speed as it would take a Cessna 172. So you actually probably go there as long as a Cessna 172 if you stick to max speed. So yeah, a long time, as Kale puts it. If you fit the Concorde engine in that thing, oh god. The power to weight ratio of that would be beyond insane. And I believe you probably do it. I mean, that would be way too much power. You either disintegrate the Miata, but if you were to put it in there and you go Mach 2, I think you might do it maybe around 24 hours because it is much lighter. So you would have to put wings on it to make it aerodynamic. So yeah, you'd be pretty quick. No, I don't think anyone's going to sell a Concorde engine by any chance. I mean, Concordes are basically priceless, and even then they don't make the engines anymore. So they're probably going to be priceless. Anything. Yeah, good question. In terms of Arkansas, I'm going to talk about more about Arkansas. So Arkansas has quite a few sports, mainly collegiate sports are the most important, mainly at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville, and of course, they're Razorbacks. especially their football program in Arkansas. Um, they won actually a national championship back in 1964, and they currently play in the Southeastern Conference as well. And they produced pro football stars like Lance Allworth, Dan Hampton, and Steve Atwater. Are some of the big name collegiate stars from the University of Arkansas. Aside that, though, they do have a rich baseball tradition in Arkansas, as it hosted many spring training games at Hot Springs from the 1880s to the 1920s. And they currently have two minor league baseball teams, the Arkansas Travelers and the Northwest Arkansas Naturals, both play in Double-A. And of course, hunting is still very popular in Arkansas, mainly duck hunting. In fact, you can find Ducks Unlimited in Stuttgart. And of course, if you guys aren't aware about Ducks Unlimited, they're well known for lots of duck hunting. Arkansas is a major part for duck hunting. In fishing, and of course fishing as well, with many different great areas for trout. And then finally for attractions as well, they also got the Blanchard Spring Caverns, Hot Springs National Park, and the Little Rock Central High School historic site. Where you can actually visit the old historic site and learn more about the history of this high school, which has actually been a major epicenter for the civil rights movement. So yeah, pretty cool stuff about Arkansas. Miami has been through a lot. You did not fit a W16. Really? How would you even fit a W16 into a Mazda Miata? Like, how would that even fit? A Mazda engine in that. Question how I don't even want to know how it would fit. Like, this isn't Forza. No. But I know a W16 produces a crap ton of horsepower. A 987 horsepower engine put in that small of a Miata is going to be pretty insane. Yeah, I don't want it. So, here's a couple of fun, interesting Arkansas state facts. So, Arkansas, you may never know this, but the cheese dip was actually an important part of Arkansas history. Even though queso was originally from Latin America, it was first introduced in the U.S. in Arkansas back in 1935. The Mexico Chiquito restaurants served their cheese dip, and it's been popular across the country. And of course, you can also find diamonds in Diamond State Park in their crater. You can find all sorts of diamonds and stuff. And apparently, you can even allow people to casually dig for diamonds in this area, and to dig for diamonds. Pretty cool stuff. The highest point is Mount Magazine, which is around 2,700 feet above state level. Here as well. And of course, one of the interesting one of the most interesting fun fact about Arkansas, one of the most interesting facts about the country, was that it was Mammoth Spring. It's actually one of the world's largest springs, which is around 9 million gallons of water through the cascade of Mammoth Springs. And of course, Arkansas is actually the #1 rice producer in the country. About 45% of the rice grown in the U.S. is from Arkansas. My white Air Force One gonna be back. Yeah, this area is very, very pretty here. I mean, look at the scenery here, guys. This is just beautiful over the Ozarks. This is just stunning. This is absolutely beautiful here. Guys, y'all have some tips about cutting and trying to just work out a bit. Just get a good schedule, get a workout, and that would be and all that. I guess that would be probably your best way of handling all that. Just doing some relaxing here. We're just about 210. We're just 210 nautical miles. We just have about just over an hour left to go. Let me go ahead and check the fuel situation. I think I'm going to go ahead and switch the tanks. So left lane to left auxiliary, right to right auxiliary tank, and we are good to go. So, I'm cursed if I lose some kilos. I just gain by eating. Yeah, I kind of feel like that too. So it's easy for me to kind of gain weight if I'm not careful. You ever feel bored when there are no people talking to you? I guess sometimes I do. But I mean, I just like to chill a little bit, just to take a breath, just to nice and chill, just relax and enjoy the stream. I don't feel bored too much. Like I've been used to this before, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so we're about just 199 nautical miles away from St. Louis. We're just under 200 left to go uh, for for our journey today. We have quite a few things to get going for myself. So I got the notes for Missouri. We'll talk about those once we cross over the state borderline between Arkansas and Missouri. We'll go ahead and talk about Missouri on our way over to um, there. And also on our way there as well, once we get close, I'll be taking off the autopilot. We'll be flying through a bit of St. Louis, take some pictures, and then make our landing over at Kilo Charlie Papa Sierra. Yeah, buses in America? We do. We do have Greyhound buses, but bus services aren't as important as like in other places around the world. We don't have too much like that in Europe. But I mean, in the United States, everyone drives cars and all that. How much is a ticket? Bus tickets for the United States. I think $27, I believe, for Greyhound tickets. From Louisville, around $27. Yeah, for maximum price is like 50 cents. Ah, gotcha. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it gets cheaper when you have students, I believe, but so, but that's for sure. Be cheaper if you're a student. Yeah, wait, you didn't find $25 expensive? Well, I've been to flights that have been more expensive than that, but that's like, yeah, that's kind of weird, but it is kind of true. Hey man, gonna join the stream for another day. Bye. No worries. Yeah, 8 lakes so far in Russia. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, Russia would definitely be quicker. But man, I have not flown Russia in so long, Caleb. The last time I flown in Russia in the sim was back in 2022, early 2022 to be fact. It was part of my JD-52 Berlin to Beijing flight that I recreated for 1926. And we went through Moscow, Nizhny Novgorod, Yekaterinburg, Omsk, Novosibirsk, Irkutsk, and all that. Like, there were definitely some pretty interesting adventures in Russia during that time. Mainly, the highlight of that trip in Russia was Irkutsk and Lake Baikal, which is a massive lake, in Baikal, and it's the world's deepest lake. But yeah, very very cool. So yeah, very very. Now we just I think we now just crossed into. Yep, we're now in. So we're finally in Missouri, everyone. We can finally get to our Missouri slides, everyone. Okay, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the state of Missouri. Missouri. Missouri is located in the Midwest United States. It's the 21st largest state by land area, bordered by 8 states, which is the tied with Tennessee with the most. Bordering by Iowa to the north, Illinois, Kentucky, and Tennessee to the east, Arkansas to the south, and Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska to the west. So 8 states. You have the Ozarks as well as the Missouri River, which is what the state is named after, flows through the center of and into the Mississippi River. As a result, people have been inhabiting Missouri for over 12,000 years, and the Mississippian culture built cities and mountains all throughout the area. Though the Europeans came around the 17th century, but it became a central role for the westernward expansion in the U.S. after the Louisiana Purchase. And it was memorialized by the Gateway Arch, It also the Pony Express, Oregon Trail, Santa Fe Trail, and California Trail all began here in Missouri. As a border state, Missouri had a complex role in the Civil War and is a subject to rival governments, raids, and guerrilla warfare. After the Civil War, St. Louis and Kansas City became centers of industrialization and business, and it's divided between 114 counties. Missouri's culture blends elements of the Midwest and Southern U.S., and it's the birthplace of the musical genres of ragtime, Kansas City jazz, and St. Louis blues. You can also find Kansas City and St. Louis barbecue, located in the state. And Missouri has been a major center of beer brewing for over a century. After all, it's home to Anheuser-Busch, the world's largest beer producer. Several well-known Missourians include Chuck Berry, Sheryl Crow, Walt Disney himself, Edwin Hubble, Harry S. Truman, and Mark Twain are some of the most famous Missourians. Check out here in the state. But Missouri is an extremely important state for the U.S. Back to its history, Missouri, you can find indigenous people have inhabited this area for thousands of years, mainly with the people of the Mississippian culture and all that. And you can still find their mounds and cultures still all over the area at Cahokia, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, by the way. Which you can find here in the States. But the civilization of the Mississippians did pass out, decline starting in the 1400s, and most descendants have long left the area before Europeans have arrived. St. Louis was once known as a mound city due to all the mounds that still survive. Though the first Europeans to come around to Missouri was starting in the 1670s when the French Jesuit priests Jacques Marquette and French trader Louis Jolliet paddled down the Mississippi River and came along the area that would later become Missouri. During the 1680s and 90s, the French pursued colonization of Central North America not only to promote trade, but thwart the efforts of their longtime rival England. Yes, a lot of people aren't aware of this, but yes, England and France have been rivals for hundreds of years. During the 1710s, the French government began to pursue a course of increased development, which watched Native Americans, imperial officials, and settlers conceive the region as part of the Illinois country. They mainly used the Mississippi for a lot of trade with the fur, obviously. And they named the area Louisiana, even after that. But overall, there have been disputes between France and England over the Ohio Valley, result in the French and Indian War in 1754. After the war in the 1760s, France gave Spain control of Louisiana, followed the Treaty of Fontainebleau. Eventually, though, Napoleon then regained the area of Louisiana during the Napoleonic Wars in 1800 under the Treaty of San Ildefonso. And eventually, though, in 1802, after issues with trade, the United States negotiated with France to purchase New Orleans and then later the entire territory in the event known as the Louisiana Purchase. Everyone should probably know that one, where that led to. And the U.S. gained all of the former Louisiana territory. They gained all of it, greatly increasing the size of the country. In 1821, the former Missouri Territory was admitted as a slave state under the Missouri Compromise. In 1821, with increase in migration, Missouri's population had doubled from the 1830s to 1860s. After the secession of southern states, the Missouri legislature called for a special convention. After the Battle of Fort Sumner, the pro-Sumner governor ordered the mobilization of several hundred members in St. Louis for training. However, Missouri led to all sorts of divisions within the state, fight ensued between Union forces and the state guard and Confederate troops. And eventually, Missouri became a pro-Union state, though the Confederates have raided Missouri for a long time. And as a result, it led to some of the most brutal fighting of the Civil War happening all over Missouri. Hey, Planet Neutral, good to see you. Good afternoon, my dude. Guys, if you want to check out a great content creator, check out my dude, Planet Neutral. An awesome, check out my good dude, Planet Neutral, great dude. Great to have you here. We're about to make our way into St. Louis. We're just 157 nautical miles out from making our way here. We're just in the southern part of it. We're about to reach Mark Twain National Forest. We're not too far away. Just got an hour left of streaming to do. So yeah, good to see you, Planet Neutral. How you been doing? I know you got a stream coming up tonight. I think you got a stream tonight. Let me go check your announcements. You are doing a stream tonight. You're doing the Tagus River in Spain. Ooh, Spain's definitely cool. Very cool. Then after the Civil War, the Progressive era took over in Missouri, seeing numerous prominent leaders from Missouri to end corruption and modernist politics. And then between the Civil War and the end of World War II, Missouri transitioned from a rural economy to a hybrid industrial service economy as the Midwest rapidly industrialized. During all that time, they quickly grew a lot more. And then during the 50s and 60s, both St. Louis and Kansas City suffered deindustrialization and the loss of jobs on railroad. But they're slowly recovering though. And by the 21st century, Missouri's definitely had some pretty notable issues with the protests and riots, mainly in Ferguson and the University of Mississippi. As a result. So that's a bit about Missouri's history. Yeah, we'll be on the Tagus River. Got it. So in terms of geography, Missouri, geographically, borders 8 states, which is the most than anyone else in the country. But Missouri has 3 distinct divisions. You have the northwestern prairie region of the interior plains, which is the designated Till Plains and the Osage Plains, for example. Then we have the lowland in the extreme southeast, known as the Bootheel, which is part of the Atlantic Plain, known as the Mississippi Plain. And then to the west is the Ozark Plateau, and that's in the south. And that's where we're at right now, over the Ozarks, is where it is. And generally, Missouri has a humid continental climate with cool, sometimes cold winters and hot, wet summers. The southern part in the Bootheel can be humid subtropical. And of course, Missouri is part of Tornado Alley, so yes, thunderstorms or tornadoes are kind of common there. Not as common as Oklahoma, though. But one particular tornado in 2011, which is a Category 5 tornado, killed 150 people and destroyed 1/3 of the city of Joplin, Missouri, which is in southwest Missouri. Completely torn to shreds. Completely ripped that city to pieces. Just ripped through it. In terms of Missouri's economy, economically, Missouri actually has over 2.4 million employment people in 2016. Its gross GDP, gross state product in 2016 was 299 billion, which is 22nd in the country, and 26th in income per capita at $32,705 from 2006. Major industries include aerospace, transportation equipment, food processing, chemicals, publishing, printing, electrical equipment, light manufacture, and later. And beer are all major industries. The agricultural products in Missouri. The agricultural products of the state include beef, soybeans, pork, dairy products, hay, corn, poultry, sorghum, cotton, rice, and eggs. Missouri also has vast quantities of limestone, as well as lead, coal, and crushed stone. In fact, Missouri produces the most lead of any U.S. state. Missouri is also ranked 6th in production of hogs, and 7th in cattle, as well as producer of soybeans. Tourism is increasingly a big deal, um, with it being home to state parks like Gateway Arch and the Ozark Scenic Railways, and also Merrimack Caverns as well in Stanton. So that's some pretty important stuff about Missouri's economy. Hey, Devil Dude, you return. Good to see ya. Oh, you haven't landed yet? We are around 140 nautical miles. We're about 140 nautical miles left, Devil Dude. We're just about an hour away. We're just under an hour away from St. Louis, Missouri. But good to see you there, Devil Dude. So let's talk about education. So let's talk about a bit about Missouri's education. Education-wise in Missouri, the Missouri State Board of Education has authority of all the schools here in Missouri, made up of 8 citizens appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. Education is compulsory from ages 7 to 17 and is required by any parent, guardian, or person to have custody of the child. As well, Missouri schools are commonly but not exclusively divided into 3 tiers between primary, secondary education of elementary, middle, and junior high school. As well, homeschooling is legal in Missouri and an option to meet the compulsory education requirements as well. And there's also many different colleges and universities under the University of Missouri system, but the largest and flagship institution in Missouri is the University of Missouri in Columbia. Others include Missouri Kansas City, Missouri St. Louis, and Missouri Science Tech in Rolla. There's also a few normal schools in each university. Northeast Missouri State University, Central Missouri State University as well. As well as private institutions like Washington University in St. Louis and St. Louis University are 2 top-ranked private institutions in the U.S. So yeah, those are some of the education stuff to learn. Now, of course, we get to talk about some of the culture in Missouri. Missouri's got a pretty unique culture, but the big thing has been musicians. There are more than a few well-known musicians that have been born or lived here in Missouri, including rock guitarist and rock pioneer Chuck Berry himself, singer and actress Josephine Baker, the Queen of Rock, Tina Turner, pop singer and songwriter Sheryl Crow, and 3 well-known rappers of Nelly, Chingy, and Akin were all current or former Missouri residents. There's also country music artists like Prince Jansen, Sarah Evans, Tyler Farr, and Leroy Van Dyke. Eminem was actually born in St. Joseph, Missouri, who we all know is one of the most famous hip-hop and rappers of all time. And of course, rock and roll singer Steve Walsh from Kansas was actually born in St. Louis. Pretty cool stuff about musicians. But yeah, St. Louis has also got orchestras in both Kansas City and St. Louis. And of course, if you ever visit Branson, there is a lot of music theaters in Branson, which is a very popular tourist destination here in southern Missouri. Then in terms of literature, obviously there is one name that stands above all in literature. His name is Mark Twain. In fact, if you guys don't know anything about Mark Twain himself, he was actually born as Samuel Langhorne Clemens. But Mark Twain's actually his pen name. but he was born in Florida, Missouri, and was once called the father of American literature. And in fact, he's so tied to Missouri that both his novels of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn are actually set in his boyhood home in Hannibal. And Mark Twain had a very long history with humor, satire, and all that, and he became a very successful but he had a very large legacy in American history. Outside of Mark Twain, there are a few other ones. Authors Kate Chopin, T.S. Eliot, and Tennessee Williams were all from St. Louis, as well as Kansas City-born writer William Least Heat Moon, from a son, and he resides in Rockport, and he's well known for his book Blue Highways, chronicling his small towns across the U.S. And then in terms of filmmaking, Missouri is also the birth state of none other than, you guessed it, Walt Disney himself. But part of his childhood home in Marceline before settling in KC. In fact, Kansas City is where Walt Disney started his entire career from, at the Laugh-O-Gram studio in Kansas City. And that's where he got his entire story started. Yes, a lot of people don't know about this. In addition to this as well, several versions of Mark Twain's novels have been made here in the area. You can also find the Meet Me in St. Louis musical involved in the 1904 World Fair, as well as other films shooting here, include National Lampoon's Vacation in 1983 was shot there, as well as a few other films too. So Missouri definitely had a big impact on film and industry as well. Finally, I do want to talk about sports. Missouri, after all, was actually hosted the 1904 Summer Olympics in St. Louis. Believe it or not, it was the first time the Summer Olympics were actually held here in the U.S. What? Yes, not New York, not Chicago, not Los Angeles. Nope, it was St. Louis. Missouri's home to five Major League sports teams. Two from Major League Baseball, the St. Louis Cardinals and Kansas City Royals in Major League Baseball. NFL's Kansas City Chiefs, the National Hockey League's St. Louis Blues, and Major League Soccer's St. Louis Soccer Club. They used to be home to quite a few former professional teams across the years as well. Missouri definitely has a bit of a sporting history, of course. Also, college sports are a deal here, mainly with collegiate sports with the University of Missouri. So that is a little bit about Missouri a bit. 3 days, 102 hours, and 26 minutes. Gotcha. So yeah, guys, that is a little bit about the history of Missouri, a little bit about Missouri, everyone. I hope you guys like the slides. I know I put a lot of work to these slides. I put a lot of time and effort to those. You know, it took me hours to get these slides done. Yeah, very, very cool. But yeah, see, Missouri is definitely a really historic state. in a very important crossroads. In many ways, become an important crossroad. Yeah, very, very nice flying today, guys. I mean, this has been absolutely awesome stream today. Thank you guys so much for coming here today on this stream. We've been in the air. We've been streaming here for nearly 4 hours. What a great flight here today. Absolute blast of a stream today. Thank you guys so much for coming along into the stream. Definitely enjoying it. We will be back next week. You know what? I might actually would be suggested. Fly over to Marcianis. Probably from Madagascar. Here's how long the flight it would be. So, yeah, we don't have much further left to go. yeah, we're doing quite well here. So yeah, we are just under 96. We're just under 100 nautical miles left to go here on this stream. Thank you everyone for joining along on today's flight. This has been an absolute blast of a stream today. Yeah, we do not have much longer left to go for today. So let's go ahead and do some fun facts here about Missouri. So let's talk about some interesting Missouri state facts, shall we? Because there are definitely some really interesting Missouri state facts that I think are really great to learn about. And trust me, there are a lot of them about Missouri. The first notable fact about the state of Missouri is it has the largest beer producing plant in the U.S. Anheuser-Busch. So its largest one is here in St. Louis, and you can take a free tour over it. And it's been open since the 1850s. And you can do behind the scenes tours there. You can visit all the huge bush plants. And speaking of which, hey, Ian Fisher, good to see you. Ian, how you been doing? Check out Ian Fisher's streams. He was great during the Murph line as well. Really interesting to learn more about him. Check out Ian Fisher's streams. He does a lot of flights. He does all sorts of flights on his channel. We're just flying our way to St. Louis. We're just about under 90 nautical miles left from St. Louis. Another interesting fact about Missouri is, well, Missouri's nickname has a very interesting story. It's called the Show Me State in 1898. And apparently the reason it was actually proclaimed by Congressman Willard Duncan Vandiver. He coined the nickname because Missourians weren't filled by frills, so they called it the Show Me State. Show me. We're not impressed by the frills and all that. And basically, if something is good quality, you have to show me. So yeah, that is the official nickname for Missouri. It's the official another interesting fact is actually where the ice cream cone was invented in Missouri back in 1904. It was actually where this whole thing started with the ice cream cone was invented here in 1904, the same year as the 1904 Summer Olympics game. It made its debut there. Also, in addition, even though it wasn't listed here, George Washington Carver actually got his was actually born in Missouri in Diamond. Very cool. And finally, the last one here in the document is the microchip. The inventor of the microchip was from Missouri, invented by Jack St. Clair Kilby. He invented the microchip. And he actually invented it in Missouri. But there's also other really cool. He worked with the integrated circuit, now called microchip, and even got him a Nobel Prize. In addition, there are other facts. There's over 7,000 caves, which is why one of its unofficial nicknames is the Cave State, almost 7,000. And one of the most interesting weird facts about Missouri is one of the most interesting and unique facts about the state was actually the state's capital. St. Louis is not the capital of Missouri, as some people would actually say. Believe it or not, the actual capital of Missouri is actually in Jefferson City. Jefferson City is the capital of St. Louis, Missouri, I mean. But yeah, very interesting fact. Just finished work, waiting for the train. Gotcha. Safe travels with you, my friend. Stay safe out there. Yeah, please stay safe. That's the... We're just over Mark Twain National Forest. Yeah, we are not too far from St. Louis, everyone. I mean, this has been an absolute blast here today. Yeah, we finally made our way to St. Louis. We're about to make it there. So, definitely a very important So yeah, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about St. Louis, everyone. So let's go ahead and talk about St. Louis, Missouri. So yeah, St. Louis is not the largest city in Missouri. It's actually the second largest city in Missouri with a population of 301,578 within its metropolitan, which is its main area. But its metropolitan area is actually 2.8 million, and it's the largest in the state. Before European settlement, the area is occupied by various Native American cultures, but mainly the regional center of the Mississippian culture based on Cahokia. But the first Europeans to come around, but the city itself was founded in February 14th, 1764 by French fur traders Gilbert Antoine de Saint-Maixent, Pierre Leclerc, and Augustin Chateau, all from originally New Orleans, and they named it after King Louis IX of France, known as Saint Louis, which is well known for being the King of France during the 13th century, and quickly became a regional center for the French Illinois County. In 1764, St. Louis became part of Spain before Spain retroceded it back to France, and then you all know the Louisiana Purchase, when the U.S. bought the territory. But the city gained even more importance for the U.S. as the point of embarkation for the Corps of Discovery, which was the Lewis and Clark expedition to explore the Louisiana Purchase, and he went all the way to the Pacific. St. Louis developed as a major port of the Mississippi River, and from 1870 to 1920, it was the fourth largest city in the United States, and it even hosted the 1904 Summer Olympics. Yes, St. Louis, and it was the first Olympic Games to be actually in the U.S. As crazy as that sounds. Currently, it's a global city with a GDP around $160 billion, with a diverse economy with services, manufacturing, trade, transportation, and tourism. It's also home to 8 Fortune 500 companies, including Amarin, Peabody Energy, Anheuser-Busch, Fargo Advisors, and more. And St. Louis is home to 4 professional sports teams: the St. Louis Cardinals of Major League Baseball, the Blues of the National Hockey League, the St. Louis Soccer Club of Major League Soccer, and the St. Louis Battlehawks of the XFL. And there's a bunch of famous landmarks in St. Louis, and St. Louis is also home to more than a few really notable people, but there are tons of notable people from St. Louis. There's tons of them. And of course, no trip to St. Louis will ever be complete without visiting, you guessed it, the Gateway Arch, which is around 630-foot tall monument here in St. Louis, clad in mighty stainless steel and built in the form of a weighted arch. It is the world's tallest arch, and it's actually Missouri's tallest accessible building. Yes, it's the tallest accessible building in all of Missouri. Some sources consider it to be the tallest human-made monument in the Western Hemisphere, built as a monument to the Western expansion of the U.S., and officially dedicated to the American people. The arch, commonly referred to as the Gateway of the West, is a National Historic Landmark in Gateway Arch National Park. It has been an internationally recognized symbol of St. Louis. Believe it or not, it was actually designed by the Finnish-American architect Eero Saarinen. The construction began in 1963 and it was completed back in October 28, 1965 at a cost of $13 million at the time, which is equivalent to $86.5 million in 2018. It opened to the public on June 10, 1967, and is located at the 1764 site of the founding of St. Louis. But she's a very impressive building and monument. Very impressive design. It has some unique characteristics. It's the tallest stainless steel monument in the world, and the arches cross-section are equilateral triangles. And there were a lot of mathematical elements to help build this thing. There's also kind of lighting and all that too, lighting systems and everything. And 3 million tourists visit the arch, were expected to visit. So far, in terms of visitors, the arch, a lot of people have visited this arch over the years. But yeah, it's a very important symbol of St. Louis. Very much so. In terms of other important landmarks here in St. Louis, there's a couple of other ones that are definitely worth visiting. There's the old courthouse that was built in the mid-1800s and has been the scene of many important trials, including the infamous Dred Scott court case as well for freedom from slavery. The infamous Dred Scott court case, if you guys aren't aware of it. It's the Scott v. Harris. It's actually the infamous Dred Scott versus Sanford case, if you guys aren't aware of it, which was decided in 1857. Then we have the St. Louis Zoo, which is home to 12,000 animals, around 500 species. Residents include Asian elephants, hippos, gorillas, tree kangaroos, jaguars. Then we have the St. Louis City Museum with exhibits of aquarium, architectural museum, art activities, circus, and oddities, among others. And the last important landmark in St. Louis is Busch Stadium, home of the St. Louis Cardinals, seating around 44,500 people, with over 3,700 club seats and 61 luxury suites here in St. Louis. So yeah, that is St. Louis, everyone. That is everything we need to learn about the city of St. Louis. And this has been an absolute blast of a stream today. So here's the plan. Once we get to St. Louis, I'll turn off the autopilot and we'll just do a brief flyover of the city. I mainly want to get a picture of the Gateway Arch. Briefly get over Busch Stadium and the Gateway Arch, take a good picture of downtown before flying our way back and land here at the airport. Maybe I do not just St. Louis, but fly over a bit of the Cahokia Mountains and then head back to the St. Louis downtown airport. Just do a brief flyover, take some pictures. Well, I think that'll be enough. ahead. But yeah, let's go ahead and do some lane predictions here. We're just about 30 nautical miles out. So let's go ahead and get our lane predictions here. For the chat, estimation point predict, type in a negative number, and we can get ready to get your landing site for today. Guys, a massive thank you for everyone here for joining along with me in the stream. Both in the chat and lurkers, thank you guys so much, and for the new follows and the raids. This has been absolutely awesome today. Great to see some new faces here, and I hope to see you guys on Wednesday. Let's go ahead and get this. I think I see St. Louis in the distance. So we're gonna get ready to start our descent pretty shortly. We're just 27 nautical miles out. Let's go ahead and talk about the last slide for today. St. Louis Downtown Airport. Hey, Lunatic, Lunatic, I believe. Good to see you, Lunatic. Thank you for the follow. We're just about to make it to St. Louis for the final landing for today. So St. Louis Downtown Airport is actually not in St. Louis, but rather in Illinois, at Cahokia Heights, Illinois. This public use airport is 1 mile east of downtown Cahokia Heights. It's around 3 miles less than Gateway Arch and is used by many business aircraft visiting the region. It includes a full-service 24-hour FBO, instrument landing system, FAA air control tower, and more. It's mainly used by the St. Louis University's Parks College of Engineering Aviation for their training purposes, as well as the St. Louis Cardinals for their charter flights to away games. It's around 1,000 acres large. It has 3 paved runways, 1-2 right, 30 left at 7,000 feet, 1-2 left, 30 right at 5,300 feet, and 0523 at 2,800 feet. Most was general aviation, followed by air taxi is the most important. It has historic hangar number 2 is also home to the Greater St. Louis Air and Space Museum and is home to the nation's oldest flight school at Park Colleges. But this airport opened all the way back in 1929. It used to be part of the U.S. Army Air Forces as a training field, but after the war, it still became a general aviation airport. So yeah, that is a little bit about St. Louis Downtown. Nice. It's good to see you. It's great to see a new face here. I hope you're doing well. Just enjoying my time here in the sim. So can't wait to finally make it here to St. Louis. Yeah, this to our right is the mighty Mississippi River. Is the mighty Mississippi River. It goes it starts at St. Paul and goes all the way down to New Orleans, to past New Orleans in Louisiana. So yeah, I do play MSFS. Yeah, hey, no worries at all, lunatic. I've been doing MSFS since release, and like I said, I'm welcome to all sorts of skill levels. Are all welcome here in this channel. No matter if you're new or veteran, you're all more than welcome to be here. Um, no worries. Like, in fact, we all start at that point. From training and all that taxing. Like I said, it's always good to practice and do that every time you fly. In fact, I've done all that sort of stuff myself. But yeah, I've been that point myself. So if you need any help with learning how to fly, I can definitely help you out there. I'll be more than happy to help you out at some point. I'll be more than happy to help. But yeah, like people of all skill levels are welcome here in this community. So no worries at all. Like everyone does things different. Hey, the basic Cessna is a good plane to start. It is absolutely. It's perfectly good. The basic Cessna is a great plane. I mean, there's a reason why thousands of them have been built for training schools. It's a simple, easy plane to learn, really stable to fly, easy to fly, land to take off. Don't need to do much. Um. So if you all don't know about, I like it except for the climbing altitude. Yeah, it could definitely have some struggles climbing up there, but it's not too bad, for sure. I stream here for Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays is the times I stream here on Twitch. Um, Today we're doing the DC-3 around the world flights. We're just about to end this leg, but I've been flying this Douglas DC-3 from Geneva round trip. This is leg 46, so we went from Geneva to across the Middle East, from Southern Europe, Middle East, Southeast, and East Asia. Went up to Alaska, and then went down from Alaska to south, and before heading back east across the U.S. Oh, we've been doing lots of flying around here, so I've been doing lots of it here. But yeah, it's slow. Yeah, but hey, I mean, when you're training out, sometimes being slow isn't a bad thing. But yeah, the DC-3 is great. This has been the 40th anniversary plane that I've flown the most. And I mean, it's just great. The DC-3 is such an iconic plane. It's definitely one of my absolute favorites. I love flying. Gotta go on the flight deck on a few when I worked in the airport. Oh, that's nice. I've seen a DC-3 multiple times in real life. Yeah, they're definitely great planes. I mean, there's still some that are still in service to this day, unbelievably, despite being out of production in the 40s. There's some of them are still flying here today, which is pretty crazy. But such an iconic plane. But yeah, this particular DC-3 is known as Flash of Cleveland, and this is the one that flew around the world back in 2017 for Breitling, which if you don't know is a watchmaking company, but they flew this DC-3 around the world for 7 months. It's the oldest plane to ever go around the world. So yeah, it's great seeing both the new and old, and yeah, and that's what's great about Microsoft Flight Sim. They brought a lot of work bringing older and newer ones into the sim, and I think it's just great. We get to see older and newer planes here too, and I think that's the great thing about this simulator. It just brings such variety. Oh, I do have a yoke. I have a Thrustmaster Airbus TCA side stick. My my yoke. I also have a TCA Airbus throttle quadrant plus the add-on with it in the throttle add-on as my throttle setup, and I finally have Thrustmaster pedals. So, oh yes, yeah, there's the Wright Flyer. That's an old plane. That's an oldie. Yeah, they were just, yeah, like I said, but I mean, you can fly as easy as a controller if you don't want to. You can, oh, Rares from Sideshow Rod. Hey, Rod, good to see ya. We're just about to make our landing, but we're gonna fly over St. Louis for a bit, take a picture of the Ark. Welcome on in, Sideshow Rod. Oh, good to see you here. We're just about to, um, we're about to, we're about to land here at St. Louis, downtown airport. I hope you had a great stream. You have an old Cytec 52, no pedals. Yeah, getting pedals would be kind of important to get the thing stopped, but it's great that you at least have some Cytec, quadrants. So, Rod, how was your stream today? And I hope you had a really fun flight. But yeah, so Lunatic, if you want to join my Discord, I have my Discord link set up, so you guys can join in my community. This is where my community signs up, and this is where we actually have my streams. So right over here, guys, there is the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. This is where the Budweiser gets made. Historically, is where Budweiser got made. America's beer, Budweiser. Well, compared to yesterday, it was chill. Someone remember? Do you remember the flight through the arch? I think I did remember that, Rod. I'm not gonna fly through it because I don't want to actually damage it. Plus, I'm trying to be somewhat realistic. But I like sitting cross-legged in my chair. Oh. Welcome to St. Louis, the beautiful arch. That is an amazing screenshot right there, guys. That is an amazing screenshot. Yeah, beautiful St. Louis, Missouri. Absolutely beautiful, guys. This is stunning. See, this is why I like flying in the U.S. a lot, because the U.S. has several bulge discs that move around a lot. Ah, gotcha. Bulge head disc? Eesh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Yeah, it can be quite painful. Yeah, those are no fun. There is the Worldwide Technology Raceway just outside St. Louis. This is where they got some race car events held here at the Speedway. Yeah, T7, T8, I3, I34, and ISS1. Oh, I4. I3, I4. Uh, oh, you got Intel. Oh, you got Intel i-Core laptop, I believe. For your computer. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, this has been a great flight today, guys. This has been absolutely. This has been an amazing day today. So yeah, we'll be back next we'll be back next Wednesday. We'll be flying to um Marianas. We'll be flying there. We'll be doing some ETR flying around that area. And then Friday we'll be doing Friday. I think about doing some GA flying around probably do some GA flying around Africa probably. I haven't. Maybe it's time to visit Victoria Falls. I think that would be pretty cool. Victoria Falls on Friday, and then Sunday, next Sunday will be St. Louis to Oshkosh. Then from Oshkosh we'll be checking out Chicago as well. So it should be another great stream. I mean, this has been. I mean, we're doing really well in the United States. We're moving through it. I usually do 2 legs at a time in the United States. Um, okay, so this should be okay. So I'm gonna land. I'm gonna land runway 30 right. So there's the old Grizzlies ballpark. Yes, there's a ballpark right next to this little airport. This should be a good landing, everyone. Boom. Stopped. That is a great landing. Where did I land? Negative 53. That's a great landing. Great landing rate. Very smooth. So I'm just gonna park over in this area and we can wrap up the stream. This has been a great stream. Hey, great land. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't always need to land smoothly, but any way you can walk away from is a good landing. Yeah, and this one's just particularly smooth. So I'm just gonna park over here. That's it, everyone. Hey, the auto link if you mistype. Yeah, that's true. Well, guys, this was an awesome stream today. A massive thank you for everyone here. Thank you so much for the new raiders, the new follows. Guys, this has been an absolutely awesome stream today. A massive thank you to everyone today. So yeah, Blake 46 has been it's been a massive thank you. So yeah, guys, we'll be seeing you guys back on Wednesday. We'll be back in the ATR 42. We'll be checking out Reunion Island in Marianas. So we're gonna go ahead and find a really nice raid. I think we're gonna raid. Actually, I'm thinking about raiding. Yeah, I'm thinking about raiding Okandu today. We're gonna visit the Candonians today. So guys, thank you so much for today. It's always been a blast to do these DC-3 streams. We'll be back. Um, we'll be back to you soon. So guys, thanks, and I hope to see you all again on the next one. Bye everyone, and have a great rest of your weekend.